Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Dusty Book Sniffers. Just checking to make sure everything was okay. I was on mute there for a second. Anyway, it's Saturday morning, and I'm here to do some sprints today. So I'm looking forward to getting some of my next book read. I've read a couple of pages in I'm a Fan by Sheena Patel. It is the third book on my list for the Women's Prize for Fiction TBR that I'm doing. So if you didn't see that video, it was 2 videos ago on my channel. So I thought that I would come on and do some sprints today. Normally I do it on Fridays, but I had stuff on yesterday and so I couldn't do it. So I'm here today. Anyway, I am looking forward to getting into this book. It's not a very long book. I think it's only got about 207 pages, I think it said on Goodreads. So it's not going to take me too long to read, and hopefully, fingers crossed, I will end up getting most of it finished today during the sprints. So the plan is to chat for about 15 minutes, then do 45-minute sprints, chat for 15 minutes, see how long we'll be on for. My daughter has come to visit, so I won't be on for as long as I'm normally on. Sometimes I can be on for up to 5 hours, but yeah, I don't think I'll be on for that long today because they'll start getting cranky at me because they'll want to use the TV and whatnot. So, and we've got not nice weather here today. It's pretty overcast, and my husband said that his TV wasn't working this morning. It was buffering heaps, so I'm guessing that there's water in the internet lines again. So I don't even know how clear mine is. It may switch from to 5G mobile back to NBN. It does the things anyway. If I go a bit blurry, that's why. It's just dodgy internet, and trying to get Telstra out into country areas is sometimes like pulling hen's teeth. It drives me mental. All right, so I have everything set up. I've got my what we'll cut to when we're doing the sprints. As I said, we'll probably talk for about 15 minutes or so, and then we'll sprint for 45 minutes. I'm looking forward to getting this book done. I had it up before, but I've closed it off. It's about obsession, race, gender, and a corrosive relationship. So it sounds pretty dark, but apparently it's not. It's yeah. So we'll see. I've already read 2 off the TBR this in the last couple of days. One was brilliant. One was not so great for me. So yeah, but you'll get to see that in next week, because I was going to do a vlog where I was just going to just do all the books and then just do one large vlog. I've since rethought that because that would just be a mammoth task. I am doing 4 books at a time. There are 16 on the TBR, and I'm doing 4 at a time. So I'm on my 3rd one today. I should be on my 4th one today because this one's only a small one, and the next one is Stone Blind. And they're in my order, in my most anticipated to one that I really don't want to read. That I don't think I have any sort of interest in reading it or anything like that. But anyway, time will tell. But apparently, that author wrote a book from a bee's perspective, and that got rave reviews. So I'm hoping that one, which is called Pod, and it's from a dolphin's point of view. So in the comments, let me know what you're watching today, and if you're watching this on the replay, don't forget to let me know what you were reading, and that way I can go and suss out the books that you were reading. So we have Flossie here from the Great Jelly Library. Hey, hun, how are you? Great of you to join us today. I'm so glad that you're here. And the weather where I am in Pennsylvania is cold and wet and supposed to snow. It was more like snow showers. I'm reading Crying in H Mark. Hopefully finished tonight. Awesome. Is that a memoir or fiction, or and how many pages do you have to go? I started reading this just before we went live, so I think I'm 2 chapters in. They're very, very short chapters on this one. But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun so far reading the books. And I've watched a lot of like reaction videos and stuff to the Women's Prize for Fiction, and yeah, a lot of people were surprised by the list and a lot, and some of the people that I watch, they do it every year and have done for many years. They were even surprised that some of them were on the list as well. Like they weren't even on their radar, which was yeah, which was surprising because they're normally all over it, more so than me. I love it, and last year, I think I said in the video, we did the last 6 months of the year. We did the books that were on the shortlist as the book of the month. So we started with the winner, which was Ruth Ozeki, the Book of Emptiness and Form, which was a brilliant book. It deserved to be there. Um, and it was actually like if I was the judge, I would have been hard pressed to decide between Sorrow and Bliss, which is by Meg Mason, who's an Australian author, and then Ruth Ozeki, who was ultimately she was the winner. So I would, yeah, if I was a judge, I would have struggled between those two because they were both, in my opinion, equally as good, different aspects of mental health. Um, yeah, and just yeah, it was really really good. And hey, Ren, how you going? I only just woke up, so I don't know how much reading I'll do, but manga is all you've been reading lately. Awesome. So what are you actually reading? I think were you reading something? I don't know whether you were on the last reading sprint that I was on. So, this week has been a blur, absolute blur. And 140 pages to go. It's a memoir. Okay, cool. Is it interesting? You love your memoirs, don't you, Flo? Oh dear me. I haven't read much in the way of memoirs. I set myself a challenge last year to read one a month. Failed. I've just got to stop setting myself challenges, but because I don't read a lot of memoirs, but yeah, I want to read more. I'm trying to read more. I have the best of intentions. I have about I don't know about 10 or 15 in my audio, and I think that's the only way I'm going to do it. And I've got a couple on my shelf that I got from a secondhand book sale here in Kingaroy um, last March. So almost well, that'd be coming up. Have I missed it? I've probably missed it. I'll have to go. I haven't seen any signs for it. I'll have to go into the community pages because I'm sure that they said they had another one. I think it's later in the month. I'll have to check that out and find out when that is because yeah. All right. Well, I've got everything set up and I'm pretty keen to get started in this book. We might cut to a 45-minute sprint. I have got half a coffee left and I am probably not going to have another coffee today because it's already made me pretty shaky because I haven't drank any coffee for nearly 2 weeks. So I'll probably make another cup of tea and then get some more of get this book read. And yeah, we'll come back in 45 minutes, shall we? All right. What is it about? Well, yes, about a young Korean woman who is in a rock band whose mother is dying of cancer. Ooh, heavy, heavy. That I always find it hard to read about those sort of things. Yeah. So how old is the young Korean woman? Is like she in her teens or is she in her 20s? Like that sort of like I find it no coffee for 2 weeks. Yeah, I've not been sleeping properly, and sometimes I know that I can get stuck in a rut where I'm drinking lots of coffee, and if I just back off from that, it can level out. I'm already an insomniac anyway, but when I do go to sleep, it hasn't been restful sleep. So I thought I'll just kick the coffee for a couple of weeks and see how I go. Um, yeah, I didn't last 2 weeks. I needed a coffee. But in my defense, I was up and like I'm an old woman, like I'm an old woman and I like to go to bed early. And my daughter went to uni, as you know, in January, and she come home last night. She's got a party up here with some friends there, 18th. So she come home last night and we were sitting up in the kitchen and we were talking and snacking and all that sort of stuff, and before we knew it was 2 o'clock. And then of course I don't sleep very well, and like clockwork I will wake up really early every morning. It's either 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning, and today it was at 4:45 that I was wide awake. So I just get up and start working, and if I have to I'll cut a nap. I was talking to Chrissy earlier and I said, yeah, I'll probably end up falling asleep during the sprint or something and people will be trying to wake me up. Oh, in her 20s. Oh, that's heavy. Like it's not I like it's a heavy topic anyway, but like if she was a little bit older and whatnot, like that's not a lot of time with your mum. That's heavy stuff. And Korean as well, like they're very close to their families. Yeah. All right. Well, we might click over to a 45-minute sprint. I am reading I'm a Fan by Sheena Patel. There it is up on the screen for you. So yeah, that's what I am reading today. And I'm hoping to get it finished today because it's not a very long book. It's got about 207 pages in it, and they're very, very short chapters. I started reading. I think I read the first two chapters, and like on a normal book, I don't even think it would have taken up a page. So what they call that, vignettes, where they're just really short. So yeah, and it's about obsession, race, gender, and a corrosive relationship. That's all I know because all of the blurbs have been really vague, and it was long listed for the Women's Prize for Fiction. So yeah, hopefully it's a good book. Yeah, me too. Everything you just said about it pertains to me. I'm wide awake at 1:30 or 3:30. It's awful. It is. It's just terrible. And like I used to get really, really cranky because I wasn't getting any sleep and having young kids. Like you've got to be on your game with young kids and three daughters to boot. Um, but I'm like at the same time, three boys. I don't think I'd cope with that either. But at least girls will sit down and play dolls for a little while. But yeah, I used to get really, really cranky. Now I just think, you know what? I don't care. I'm just going to get up and I'm just going to start my day. If I've got to have a nap and then a nap in the afternoon, so be it. That. Hey, Indy, hi. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you being here. And hey, Reviews too. Welcome to the channel. As I said, I'm a Fan by Sheena Patel. But we might get into a sprint, our very first sprint, and I'll come back in 45 minutes. If you join while the sprint is on, make sure you let us know what you're reading in the comments. Say hello, and I will see you all in about 45 minutes. So happy reading, everybody. I hope that you make lots and lots of progress, and I'll see you soon. Hello, everybody. How did everyone go with their reading? I managed to get 45 pages read, but in saying that, some pages are only a paragraph. Um, and it's moving pretty fast. There's some questionable stuff happening in this book. I'm not going to talk too much about it because I'm actually doing a vlog for it. So I see a few people joined us and whatnot while we were sprinting. Um, So who did join us? Let me just have a look. Where are we at? Alright, West Aussie Diamond Art. Hello, welcome. Thank you for joining us. And Kelly, Booked on Books. Awesome. Hey, Kelly. And you are reading Remarkable Bright Creatures. Awesome. And you're hoping to have it finished by this weekend. That is excellent. This book is going so quick that I'm reading. I think I'm going to be finished it before the end of the sprints. As I said, some of the pages only have a paragraph on it, so it's super, super quick. Hey, Courtney. Hope you're still here. Thanks for joining us and popping in. Yeah, leave me a comment. Tell me how you went with your reading and if you got what you expected to get done. My phone was going off the whole time. That kept getting messages and whatnot from my husband. So yeah, all right. But yeah, I'm surprised how quick this book is going, and yeah, it's got some questionable stuff in it about the so far there's this guy in it, and we've got an unnamed narrator. Basically, we don't actually know who she is or anything like that, and there's a guy that she's obsessed with and another woman that she's obsessed with on social media and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, and just some of the things which I will go into more detail in my vlog video on that. And it, as for those that have joined late, it is a book off the Women's Prize for Fiction long list. It's called I'm a Fan by Sheena Patel. And yeah, it's about obsession, race, gender, and a corrosive relationship. And boy, is it a corrosive relationship. Yeah, I'm reading it and just going, I just want to punch this guy in the head. It's invoking some feelings and some not great feelings. So yeah, um, I've not actually heard of that book. So Remarkable Bright Creatures. So I might just have to go and have a look and see what it's about because Floss is saying um, she's heard nothing but great things about the book and she's going to have to read it. So yeah, I'll have to suss it out too. We might have to buddy read it together there, Flossie. And Indy didn't get any reading, but wrote in her journal, made a cup of tea, braided her hair, and now she's ready for some reading. Haha. The middle of the trance by Kate Wienberg. 74 pages to go. Well done. So you got about 30 pages read. That's awesome. Excellent. Good morning, Tracy. Hello. Thank you very much for joining us today. What are you reading today? Hopefully you've got something. Oh yeah, I think you said you were reading Demon Copperhead. Was that right? Was that in the Discord last night? You were chit-chatting about that? Was that you? I can't remember. I read, and Ren didn't read anything but decided to do a bit of a 24-hour reading challenge on my Insta and trying to read a whole bunch of graphic novels on your TBR. Awesome. And then Tracy said she read Remarkably Bright Creatures last year and it was in her top 10 for the year. Awesome. I will have to go and suss that out. It's so good when you do sprints. You find out it's good and it's bad at the same time because you find out about all these awesome books that everybody's reading, but then your TBR grows exponentially. And then before you know it, you've got hundreds of books that you want to read, or they're on your TBR, or they're sitting on your bookshelf waiting to be read. But I will go and have a look at that, and yeah, possibly add it to my to be read, and it's pretty decent so far. Literary fiction is hit and miss. I think that's yeah, it can and can't be, isn't it? Really, like it's a hard call with literary fiction sometimes. I'm reading Demon Copperhead today, but I'm also reading I'll Leave You With This by Kylie Ladd. Haven't heard of that one. Demon Copperhead is, how far down my list is that? Because as you know, I'm reading the entire list. So after this one today, which as I said, I'll probably have this one finished because it's like there's some chapters that might be 2 or 3 pages. If it was in a normal book, it'd probably only be a page and a bit. On the Kindle, it's a couple of pages, but some of them are just a paragraph. And so, and I've had the one before the paragraph I just hit now, that's a couple of pages. The 3 before that were just paragraphs, so it's just 3 paragraphs on each page. Um, and they've got like subheadings to them and whatnot. So I'm actually going to go back to the index and write down all of the headings as I go and see um, like what that brings up, because the one that I'm just about to start, it says, and I tell you it's so, and that stops, no full stop or anything like that. So I'm curious to see if there's a story in itself, in all the headings on each of the pages that starts a new chapter, and see what that does. So the next one that I am going to be reading will be Stone Blind, and I think that's by Natalie Hayes. I didn't write that down, I don't think. Let me just have a look at my other page where I scribbled everything down. Yes, Natalie Hales. Can't read my. I should have been a doctor. Like I can't read my own writing. Trying to decipher it. So I've got it's Demon Copperfield is a little way down my list. It's the 9th book that I'm reading. So I decided that as I said a bit earlier, I was going to do just a vlog with all the books, all 16 books, but I've decided that I'm going to break it up into 4 books per vlog, just so it's not such a lengthy one. And then the books that make the short list, I will reread them again and dissect them a little bit more and try to understand why they ended up on the short list. Because at the moment, I'm just reading the long list. So, 10 of these books are going to get wiped off because I think, yeah, it's only 6 books that go onto onto the short list, and that gets announced on the 26th of April. So I'm hoping that I'll have everything finished by the 20th. But most of the books are pretty short; they're not long books either, so I might be able to do 4 a week. Because nearly all of them are on audio except for I think this one, um, Dog of the North, and Black Butterflies, and Pod, which is from the perspective of a dolphin. I just had Demon Copperfield in my hands the other day. I forgot what it's about. Can anyone remind me? It's a reimagining of David Copperfield. Yes, by I want to say Charles Dickens. Is it? Yeah. Thank you. And Demon Copperfield is too short though. Is it too short? Isn't it too short, or is too short? I haven't even most of the books I couldn't even get in the physical form. I didn't go on to Booktopia or Book Depository or anything to see if I could get them from there. I was just shopping on Amazon because I figured I'll just get them on audio to get through the list. And yeah, so but none of the physical books were available. Like some were, some weren't. So it was a bit of a struggle because yeah, I'm just hoping that they're all available by the time the be, um, before the shortlist, because I always I always want to buy all the books, but I'll buy the physical copies for the bookshelf because they made the shortlist, and basically I'm collecting them for Savannah, who is my daughter that is Jenny at the moment. So yeah, 546 pages in it. So it's not a long book. Like when you consider just behind my head, you can see 3 books that I'm reading at the moment that have been put on hold so I can do this project. They're all like 700, 800. Well, Middlemarch is 804. I think Wheel of Time, I think that's about 900 pages. Is it this one? No, 600. And I think Robin Hobb's about the 800 mark as well. So like when you consider those, like 500 and it's only like two small books. That's how I justify it in my head. Like like I like reading big books because I just think to myself, well, like I would read three books in a week that were 200, 250 pages, 300 pages. So if I pick up a book like that, it's going to last me a week, if especially if it's on audio, like it lasts less than that. But if I'm actually reading it, I can read a couple of books a week. That's why I just look at it that way. So 546 pages is not that big, in my opinion. That's my opinion. In other people's opinion, and you got it from Big W, yeah. So that one was available. So the ones that I couldn't get, like I'm a Fan, was available in the physical copy. Um, Bandit Queens isn't available in the physical. It's on pre-order on Amazon. Um, and I think that's next week. That's released. Marriage Portrait was available. There was some that were available, but there were a lot that weren't as well. Um, Black Butterflies wasn't. Fire Rush, I couldn't get that in the physical copy. Um, The Dog of the North, I couldn't get in the physical copy. Trespassers was available, but I think that was coming from the UK. So most of these books have already been released in the US and the UK. Some have only just been released, and I think the Bandit Queens has only just been released because when the Women's Prize for Fiction, it's from the 1st of April to the 31st of March the following year. So when we get to the 1st of April this year, it'll be until the 31st of 2024, and obviously have to be women, exceptional writing, fiction, um, and released in the UK, not necessarily anywhere else, but in the UK within that time frame, is my understanding of how they qualify. And because I don't read a lot of new releases, as anybody that's been on my channel, I don't read a lot of new releases. I read a lot of back catalogue stuff. I do read some, like if I've seen something, um, it really piques my attention or someone's talked about it, I will read it. But very rarely, like, and sometimes I'll buy them and then they'll just sit on my shelf until the hoopla dies down about them and then I'll read them. But the Women's Prize for Fiction, it's basically I'm just reading what's been released in the year before. And yeah, and that's why I wanted to do the entire long list. And then I'm going to do a projection video as well after I've read them all. And I've read the Bandit Queens. I couldn't put it down. um, it has some dark content in it, but it has humor to go with it to counterbalance it, and it's done really well. And I would recommend getting the audiobook because the narrator, whose name is escaping me right now, done an absolute fabulous job of narrating it. And yeah, and so like as you read, because I read along with it as well, as I was reading along with it, there's some one-liners like off the cuff comments and stuff like that. And like reading it, they were great. Like you got the humor behind it, but hearing her take on that one-liner and how she um put it out there was awesome. Like it was really good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. But as I said, it actually has some dark content in it around some of the not so nice things around the Indian culture and all that sort of stuff. But that's all I'm going to say. You'll have to wait for my video on that. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Very much so. That's all I'm going to say. And I think you will enjoy it too, Flossie, knowing what you read and all that sort of stuff, because it has inspiration from oh, what's her name? She was the original Bandit Queen in India. Okay, I think her name is Poonla, I think is how you pronounce it. I can't think now, but anyway, her story. The author took inspiration from that story, and she was basically born into poverty. She was low caste, and that's the terminology that they use throughout the book. Low caste, and basically she was married off and at a very young age, and she was treated very poorly. And this is the real person that the inspiration for this book was taken from. Treated very poorly and whatnot. And I believe that she killed a whole heap of men, and she was put in jail for it. Subsequently, her sentence was she was in jail for 11 years, and then she was released. And after her release, she ran for parliament in India, and she, over a period of several years, she won once, lost an election, was re-elected, and then she was assassinated outside her home in 2001, two, one or two. So the author actually took inspiration from that story for this story that she wrote, The Abandoned Queens. But it was really good, really, really good. I thoroughly enjoy it. It does have some dark content in it, and just basically like, it's not graphic though. It's talked about, it's not graphic. So it's done. I felt it was done well because you are learning about the situations, but at the same time there's humor in there to just break it up, so it makes it a lot more digestible, is what I would say. But yeah, I hope that you really enjoy it. I'm hoping to have, if I can get the fourth book read, which is Stone Blind, by Sunday night, I'll be uploading on Monday my vlog. So yeah, that is the plan, because I've been editing as I've been going. So it's just a point of adding in my little bits, edit that bit, and then add my extra bit in, and away we go. All right, the timer has just told me that we have clicked over for 15 minutes of chatting. We're going to go to another 45-minute sprint. I'm going to go and make myself a cup of tea and some breakfast because it's 10:15 here and I haven't eaten, and I can smell the pulled pork. It's making me hungry, so I'm going to go and make myself some toast, and yeah, and we'll be back in 45 minutes. All right. All right, happy reading, everybody, and I look forward to seeing you in 45 minutes. Hello. How did everybody go with that session? I got another 40 pages read. But as I said, they're not full pages. They're just paragraphs. There's a couple. There was a few longer ones, so we're sort of getting towards the middle of the book now. Yes. So interesting. I'm really not liking the male in this, and I'm losing respect for the narrator as well. She's making some very questionable judgments. Whew, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna pretty much finish this today. Like as I said, I'm up to page 81, which is 40% through. So that's not too bad. Um, yeah, I there's in that vlog there'll be an unpopular opinion about a particular author. So yeah, I don't know how well it's going to be received, but anyway, it's just my personal thoughts, right? Oh, yum! You made pulled pork too. Yeah, mine's been cooking for I think I put it about 12 hours. No, a bit longer than that. About 13 hours now on the slow cooker, and it smells so good. And it's just like I don't add anything to the pulled pork. We just put a knob of butter in, and I do that because I use the juice from it for gravy, and salt and pepper and a bit of garlic, and that's it. And yes, it smells so good. My whole house smells really good, and like I would love to go and eat some, but it's for dinner tonight. And we're making soft tacos with it, so yeah, it's gonna be really nice. If I can wait that long. So Tracy got 26 pages read. Awesome. And Flossie has 40 pages left to finish. Oh, we've got a couple more sprints, so you might get it finished tonight. That'd be exciting if you did. Yeah, I love it when you finish a book on a sprint. And as you can see, I've got some stuff out behind me. My autumn stuff is all coming out. I'm a bit late. I've got to get all my cross stitch out and decorate for autumn. So that's what I'm sort of doing after these sprints today. So I'll just move this. My shirt's not heavy enough to hold it, so hopefully my cardigan will hold it. Sorry if that was banging then. I do apologise. I find that the headphones don't work real well on I think my headphone jack on my computer is a bit how you going, so the mic hasn't been working very well, so I'm just using this wireless one, so hopefully the sound is okay. And if I was bumping it just before because it had dropped down, I do apologise for all the banging and crashing. And my sister has just started cooking lamb shanks. Oh, I haven't had lamb shanks for ages. I think I might have to go to the butcher and get some lamb shanks, because that'd be really nice with mint sauce or mint jelly, mashed potato. Yum. Green beans. I know what I'm having for dinner once the pulled pork's gone. Thanks for the idea, Tracy's sister. Indy read 50 pages. That's awesome. Excellent. Good session. It still feels like summer here. Yeah, like it's raining here. If you've seen the news, like out west and everything in Queensland, they've been doing helicopter evacuations and whatnot from I want to say Burketown. Was it Burketown? I don't know, somewhere like that. They were doing because the river's going to peak out there, and it's been raining for 3 days here. And as you can see, like I'm in Queensland, and I've got a jumper on, and it's March. That is so weird. Normally, it's really hot. Like this time last year, it was like 35 degrees, and yeah, but it's been raining since Thursday. We weren't actually supposed to get this rain until the beginning of the week, and it came a couple of days early. So it's not heavy; it's just consistent um, drizzle, just enough to be annoying. Can't get washing dried and all that sort of hoo ha. Yum, I do mine plain too. That way I can make various things with it and freeze up. Yeah, that's what I do as well. I've got a Ninja slow cooker slash oven slash stove. And I basically all in the one pot. I just fry it all off, which I think the Instapot's like that too. Like I fry it all off it and whatnot. Sometimes I will put a bed of whole potatoes and onions and have it sit on that, and then and then have that with dinner. But I didn't do it this time. I just done the pork. Um, I like to cook it for a real long time, and like you just touch it with a fork and it just disintegrates. It's great. The Instapots are good because they're quick. But yeah, I just like the smell of it all through my house too. Makes everybody hungry and appreciate my food more because I've smelt it for so long. Yeah, so this what we're having tacos tonight. Tomorrow night we'll probably have mashed potato, and that's when I'll make the gravy up with the juices from it, and it's so decadent, like it's so rich, and that even if I say so myself. Um, oh, your sister lives in Lockyer Valley, yeah. I have 4 sisters, 2 up there, 2 in Sydney. Um, I have a sister in England and a brother in Melbourne, but we're not very close. We'll just leave it at that, shall we? But yeah, like we're supposed to. Well, where your sister is at the Lockyer Valley, and where I am at Kingaroy, we're not that far apart really. We're only a couple of hours apart. We're only supposed to get like the tail end of it. Most of the rain is happening like the middle of Queensland, and it's just yeah. But they've desperately needed the rain, like because New South Wales this year has got all of our rain that we normally get because the lows have just been coming down lower, or they're going out and then coming back in. It's been very weird this year for the weather and whatnot. But yeah, hey, Books at Midnight, welcome. Thank you for 7 p.m. at your end. Okay, for joining, doing some study, so no leisure reading, but here with you. Awesome. Glad you could be here. We talk for about 15 minutes and then we do about a 45-minute sprint. So hopefully you'll get a lot of study in for that. And what are you studying? I think you have told me that before. I feel like you've told me that before, but I think I've forgotten. I do apologize for that. Um, I'm not looking forward to summer. I had it in mind to celebrate autumn with the Southern Hemisphere. Do you celebrate anything similar to Habit? No, well, I don't personally, but there are some people that celebrate harvest and stuff like that. We don't have a Thanksgiving or anything like that. Um, the closest I've come to celebrating harvest is when I've gone out in the truck with my husband to do harvest. But yeah, no, we don't. My house personally, we don't celebrate anything, and I'm sure there are other people out there that do. And Halloween's not a big thing here in Australia, although it is becoming a little bit more popular in my neighbourhood here. But they seem to do it at the same time as the Northern Hemisphere. So to answer all of that, um, yeah, so no, we don't really celebrate anything. I think the biggest celebration is for us is that the weather starts to cool and it's not so hot. But we haven't had a really hot summer this year either. It's been quite odd, to be honest. It's been quite odd. Um, yeah, we've had a lot of overcast days and stuff, but we've had no rain. And then a couple of weeks ago, we were in the high 30s. It was just disgusting. But you can't have everything the same all the time. Make life pretty boring. Right, so yeah. All right. So, what else is everybody having for dinner? Seeing we were talking about dinners and pulled pork and all the rest of it. And then what were you saying there, Coda? You said Colorado pork green chili. Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up and see what that's about. I don't mind chili stuff. Hmm, I like chili. My family, not so much. Me, I could eat it till the cows come home. But yeah, it's not something that they really like, but I will have to look that up. Colorado pork green chili. Right. Do you have a recipe? Send me on a little tangent there. That's so all right. So what Books at Midnight, what are you studying again? Right, leave it in the comments so I know what's going on. All right. Well, I don't really have much more to say. I don't even think we're going to get a full 15 minutes this time. Although I am getting close to halfway through this book, which means that I need to key up um, Stone Blind, which I'm looking forward to because that is like a Medusa retelling. Who doesn't like um, a Greek mythology retelling? And then after that, I've got Wandering Souls, which I actually found as an audiobook on Scribd, which I was pretty happy about because I didn't have to buy that one. No, so I was pretty happy about that one because I already had the excuse me, I already had the subscription for it. And there was another one I found, Children of Paradise. That sounds like it's going to be a really weird book because it's set in a movie theater. So yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to really like it. So you're okay, cool. Architecture and structures at the moment. So what are you going to do after? If this is only at the moment, what else are you going to be studying? Mm. I will find it and send it to you. Awesome. Oh, okay, cool. Almost to Feldara. All right. Um, so Coda is reading the Wheel of Time series with myself and Sid from Storytime with Sid, and he's and basically we're waiting for Sid to get book 4 before we start. Before I start, because I'm doing this Woman's Prize for Fiction thing, and Coda is trying to catch up to us on that. Are you enjoying it? Like, I really enjoyed the first book, and I enjoyed the second, and I also enjoyed the third. But I think so far out of the three, the first one for me was the most exciting because you've gone into that new world, you're setting yourself up, you know that you're going to be in there for the long haul. Um, I think that's why it was so exciting for me. Um, yeah. Although book 3, there's some things in it that drove me absolutely mental. I've got a vlog style, or sort of a vlog coming out next week. I think it is. I've got it scheduled for where I talk about my pet peeves from the book because there were, and you've probably already seen them anyway if you've read the spoilers in the chat between Sid and I, where we're just like, yeah, Matt drives us mental. Very frustrating indeed. I hope you're enjoying it, and I'm looking forward to seeing your opinion once you finished it too over in Sid's Discord. Be good to see what you thought. And Books at Midnight is hoping to do some leisure reading once he gets free. Once you get freed up, awesome. All right, well, we might go for another 45-minute sprint and see how far along I can get. And yeah, and I'm just looking there. If I've gone blurry, I do apologise. My internet is clicking between cable, NBN, and Wi-Fi, and when it goes to Wi-Fi, it gets a little bit blurry. So I do apologise for that. But we might, as I said, do a 45. We've only got a minute left, so we'll do a 45-minute sprint, and hopefully Fossey will get her 40 pages read and finished, because you're doing what? You're doing about 30 a time, so you'll be pretty darn close in the next one. All right, let's add this to the stream. That away, go up here, go over here, and start. See, I'm old. I have to talk myself through it. I do apologize. All right. Happy reading, everybody. And I'll see you in 45. All right. So, how did everybody go? I am 61% through. I think I got 40 pages read. I can't remember what I was at before, but yeah, I just changed it. I didn't check what I was at when I started. So, yeah, I'm powering through. It's a very easy book to read, and it's very concerning. The obsession that the main narrator has. So you don't actually know the name of any of the people in the book. So you've got the person telling the story, narrating, and then the man the woman I'm obsessed with, and the man I want to beep. Um, yeah, and there's quite a lot of curse words in here and very crass words as well. So it wouldn't be everybody's cup of tea. Um, Yeah, it's interesting though. Interesting. Um, I am enjoying it, which is really good. So far, the three books that I've read, I've enjoyed. One I have some problems with, but um, plane just went over very, very low. I don't know if you could hear that or not, but that was really low. I could see it like the wheels. Um, yeah, Matt is a turd. I think Perrin is my favourite. I love both Ren and Hold Each Other to High Self-Esteem Concerning Women cracks me up every time when one of the things I wish Ren or Perrin was here. that was that was interesting in that part. In the first book, it was very, very interesting how they do hold each other up. Matt is just like he's a character that you love to hate. Um, yeah, so and he's not much better in the second book either. Just saying, just so you know. I've already said goodbye to Tracy. Oh my god, it happened again. I wish I knew as much about women as Perrin. Oh dear me. So where are you, Tal Bowen? Just trying to think. Oh, they're starting to all bleed in together now. Like as you get on, the story's so involved, it just starts to bleed in together on that. Like it's going to be an amazing series by the time we're finished it because I read somewhere and I think it may have been Daniel Green. He does fantasy news on YouTube. I mean, most people probably know who he is. Um, and I watch his channel every now and again, and I'm pretty sure. Yeah, like it was ages ago. It wasn't because I've only just started reading them myself at the middle of last year, so it was probably 18 months ago, maybe even longer. I'm pretty sure in one of his videos, or it might have been Murphy Napier, um, one of them said there was like over the whole series in total, there's like 2,500 characters. But I love how Jordan writes it, where you are really only focusing on the six main characters like Rand, Perrin, Matt, Egwene, and Nynaeve, Land, and Moraine. Like you're only focusing on those ones, and the story is totally centered around them. But then you've got all these other characters coming into like playing a part for it and really building their story up. Like I really love how he's done that, and it doesn't. For me, it doesn't feel that I'm overwhelming. That like that you've got like what 14 books to read. All of them are 600 plus pages. Some of them are around the 1,000 mark. I don't whenever I've picked the book up and even when I look at the shelf, like for a long time, I was really, really intimidated by it. For a really long, long time. And but since I've picked it up and immersed myself in the world and how he writes his characters and how he brings in the other characters and whatnot, I don't feel overwhelmed of knowing that there's that many people that he's going to introduce throughout the series, if that makes any sense at all. Like it just, yeah, I know that they're the ones that we're focusing on. And like, by the time you get to book 3, there's a couple of other characters that come into it, but they're still not the main characters. They're just with the main characters, which is great. And like I'm about to pick up book 4 and I have no anxiety about picking it up knowing that it's a large book or anything like that. So um and Indy got 50 pages read. Awesome. Well done. That's a good go at it. I don't even know what I got read. All I know is that I think I was on 40% and now I'm on 61%. So I'm doing all right. Doing all right. So you've just made it to Valdara. Awesome. Just come out of the ways. Yeah, that ways was scary. Have you like I haven't watched the TV series at all because it's just had so many mixed reviews. I don't think I want to watch it and wreck it for myself. I think if I'm gonna watch it, I will probably wait until I'm finished the entire series so I don't wreck it for myself. Um, yeah, because there's just been like so many there's Wheel of Time diehard fans out there, and they were not happy with what they did with the TV show. So, it'll be interesting. That one TV show that I am looking forward to is the Shadow and Bone series. Series 2 is coming out, I think, on the 16th of March here in Australia. So I'm really looking forward to. I've been hanging to watch that because I've read all of Shadow and Bone. Excuse me, and I've read the Crooked Kingdom and Six of Crows and Crooked Kingdom as well. So, and I think there's King of Wolves or something is also part of that series, but I haven't picked that up because every time I went to pick it up, the two books were two different sizes, and I don't want them different sizes. So I haven't checked for a while, so I'll have to check next time I'm down in the city, and because we don't have a bookstore here, and none of the books are in the um, big W we have here. So yeah, so I'll have to wait till I go to a bookstore down in Brisbane and check out um, see if they're at the same size now because I hate it. I hate it when they're different sizes, especially when you've got like in that Grishaverse, there's three in the first one, two at the duology for the Six of Crows, and then there's the King of Wolves duology. And then like all the books I've already got on my shelf are all the same size. Like and then you get two, like one that's just different size. That would just tick me off. So I'll have to end up buying them out of England if I can't get them here in Australia because they have a standardized size. So, totally agree. Yeah, it makes sense. It does. Like, he's just a bit, I love how he writes. A lot of people don't, like, some people don't. Hey, Lois, how are you? Thank you for joining. Welcome, welcome. Um, Indy's going to take a break to walk the dog, but I'll join you back in a bit. No worries. I think we've got maybe one, two. I'm thinking that I'm just going to stay on until I finish this book because my girls haven't moved yet. They went to bed at 2 o'clock. Well, they went after me, so about 2:30. So they haven't moved yet, but they've got parties to go to tonight. This afternoon, and they start at 4 o'clock. So I dare say they'll be moving for a while. Um, so yeah. All right. So I'll see you when you get back, hun. No worries. Take it easy. Have fun walking the dog. I haven't watched it either, um, but read that you should read at least the first three books before starting. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. So there you go. Because they incorporate events from the first three throughout all three seasons. So they have renewed for a third season, have they? Because there's two. I think there's two here in Australia on our streaming platforms. I don't know if three is on there because I haven't looked because I'd be too tempted to press play if I go looking. So yeah, I'm just like, not that I'm much of a TV watcher, but there'll be weekends where I'll just, if there's a series like that, I'll just sit down and binge it and just watch the whole lot and get it done, and then I can just go back to reading again. Um, and a lot of time, like I watch TV with my partner in the evenings, but a lot of time I'm not watching. I'll have a book going in my ear and I'll be doing cross stitch at the same time and I'll glance up and look at the TV, like doing three things at once, but I'm not focusing on the TV. But if I go looking for it, I know that I will want to press play just to see what all the hoopla is about. But yeah, so I'm avoiding it. But I do have the Shadow and Bone, which I'll binge watch that because I did the first time. I just couldn't stop watching that. So yeah. Oh cool. So it's been renewed for a third because there was like I'm sure that there was talk that they weren't even going to renew for the second season because of the negative press that it got. Like, I don't know where I've seen that. Can't remember. There's another thing that I'm looking forward to coming out. I read a book by Yasmin Engo last May, and it was called Her Name is Night. They Call Me Night. Her Name is Night. And it's been picked up. Apparently, it's been optioned. So it's going to be I can't remember whether it was a movie or a series. I think it's going to be a series because there's 2 books, and it would make a brilliant, really, really good series. Like, the book was excellent, and I recommended it to another booktuber for a TBR swap, and she gave it 5 stars as well. In both books, I only recommended the first book for her, but she ended up reading both books back to back, gave them both 5 stars as I did, and also put that author onto automatic buy. So it'll be interesting to see if there's going to be a book 3. Um, but she's apparently it's been picked up by the studios to do. I don't know what studio though. I'll have to find that video because it was a another booktuber that was talking about it, and was just saying how like different shows that have been picked up, but I'd really like to do a comparison with that one. And I, even though I know what happened in that book, I'd still be keen to reread it before watching the series, and then just like do a sort of a comparison, because I think that would be really, really interesting. Very much so. Um, yeah, so I think, yeah, I'll have to find that video and find out if it's got dates or anything. Because I can't even remember who it was. I'm just trying to think. Cannot think of his name. I'll have to do a search for it and hope for the best. So Lois, you finally made it here. What are you going to read today? And that leave me a comment in the below, and so I can add more books to my ever growing list. Got one that was talked about a little bit earlier on. Can't think, where is it now? Let me just think. Oh, it's way up here. It was something beautiful creatures or something. Let me just have a look. It is remarkably bright creatures. So yeah, I've added that to my go and have a look at. It isn't out yet, Lois. So Wheel Time's been reviewed. Where was I up to? Comparisons to adaptations, yeah, and it's quite interesting. Like that one I was just talking about before. That has got some really heavy content in it. Human trafficking and stuff like that. So it'd be, and it the book was action packed. Like, I could not put the book down. And I listened to it on audio. I did a Kindle challenge last year where I had been adding heaps of Kindle Unlimited books to the books I wanted to read, and I maxed it out at the end of April. And so for May, I read everything on my Kindle Unlimited that I had added. And yeah, so basically, it was a good challenge. Like, I think it was because I got Prime as well, so I could have the capability of borrowing 20 books or something. And I had 20 books there that I read, and most of them had audio, which was really good. There were some meh books, but that one was the first one that I read, and then I was on the edge of my seat all until September when the second book came out. And as soon as it came out, it was also on Kindle Unlimited, so I read it there as well. So I'm hoping that they do a really good job of it because it has so much scope. Um, like, the book is brilliant, and they've really zoned in on different aspects of it and all the rest of it. But for an adaptation, there is just so much scope. Like, just from the first book, you could get quite a number, probably maybe 2 seasons out of it, because you could just build on what is there, and it'd make a really good action TV series or movie. I hope they do a series because it'll be better. Where's the second season? Where did I see that? I'm pretty sure it's on Netflix. It's not out until the 16th of. I got the email the other day because it's in my list. Let me just have a look. I'm pretty sure it is the 16th that it comes out. Let me put Shadow and Bone second season. So there's a 1 season now, and the second season, and that's on Netflix. And the second season comes out on the 16th. Yes, March 16th. And it comes out with a whole new magical adventure apparently. And I'm pretty sure it's the whole season that is going out, according to what I just read then. And it's on Netflix. I've just started reading A Realm Breaker by Victoria Avard. I have Shadow and Bone books, and they are next on my list. They are really good. The audio is really good too. I like the Grishaverse. I plan on reading them again at some stage. I really like them. It's not overly. It's fantasy, but it's not heavy. Like it's yeah. It's easily digestible, let's put it that way, and it flows really well too. And because it's, I believe it's YA, so it'll flow really, really good. All right. Well, my little alarm just told me that we've been talking for 15 minutes, so I am going to go to a sprint, and I will see you all in 45 minutes. Let me just go here. So I'll see you in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. And hopefully I will be at 80% of my book. This is the second to last sprint that we're doing. So we've still got a little ways to go. Yeah, happy reading, and I'll see you soon. All right. Oh, I've only got 11% to go. I'm powering through this one. It is a really easy book to read, and it's got, yeah, the stuff that's in it. It's just like, it is making me think, like, about the obsession, like people, like the fan, basically, because the book is called "I'm a Fan." I'm a fan, and just that slippery slope of becoming so obsessed, and the lines that you will cross, and stuff like that. It's just, yeah, it's making me think about those sort of things, and whatnot. And yeah, it's very interesting book, and how it's written as well is quite interesting as well. So it makes it super easy to burn through. Like, I've been reading this for 4 hours and I'm almost finished. And with that was what, our fourth sprint. So an hour out of that, so only 3 hours, and I'm almost done. So yeah. Um, is the sound not working? Can you hear it? Okay. Like, I'll have to check on my. Um, sorry. Okay, you fixed it. Okay, cool. Because like my microphone's on, so I don't know what the go is there. Sorry. It's saying that it's all okay and everything. Um, all right. So, how did everybody go? Leave me a comment. Let me know how many pages you got. Um, Flossie finished her book, and I said congratulations. She finished that just as we started the sprint, so that was good. And she was moving on to a new one. And West Aussie Diamond Art slept through the last sprint. That's okay. We all need a nap. I'm surprised that I'm still awake, because like I've only had 3 hours sleep. So, but I'm happy to be on my couch, and it's a rainy day, and I'm getting lots of reading in. And then after these sprints, I will be heading into my room for a couple of hours before I've got to take the girls to their parties separately. I think Savannah's driving herself, and I'm driving the other two to the other place, because Savannah doesn't drink and has no desire to drink or anything like that. So she's fine to drive to and from the party. And that, oh no, fixed it. Okay. It was you. Okay, cool. I thought, oh no, something's wrong. Walked the dog and got a couple of pages read after that. Awesome. That is brilliant. Nice and productive that sprint was. I am really, really pleased with what I've got done today. That I'm on track for my 4 vlogs for the week. So 4 books for the week, and so I'll be able to get that vlog up. And I was just had a look before, because the next book that I have is on Kindle and audio, and I believe that it is a pretty short book. Let me just bring it up. Um, it's only 8 hours, the audio book, and I listened to it a little bit faster, so I possibly could get this book finished tonight, because I've got to sit up. Once I drop the kids off to their party, I'm going to come home, have a nap, but I've got to sit up and wait until they're finished, and I have to drive half an hour to go and get them, and a half an hour back. So I'll be able to listen to the book while I'm driving if I haven't finished it, and get a whole heap of pages read as well while I'm lounging in my bed today, because I'm taking the day off. I normally do a filming day and whatnot, but I've just had a super hectic week, and I just thought, I'm not filming today. I'll hang out here with you guys, get some pages read, and just take a day. And then I'll get back into it tomorrow, because I'm in the process at the moment of setting up a Patreon for my craft channel. So yeah, my internet just, it keeps clicking backwards and forwards. It's just driving me mental. The worst thing is I can see it. So read about 20 pages, just getting to know the characters. Yes, because you've just started a book, haven't you? That's right. Um, are the characters good so far? Are you liking the characters? Let me just see what you're reading again. What's going on? Realm Breaker. Is it fantasy, or is it, what sort of genre are you in? Ooh, and Coda's only got 11% to go on Wheel of Time #1. Awesome. I'm so excited for you, because you'll be moving on to the next one. It's so exciting. I was talking, like, I think I was talking to Sid about this the other day, and she was on a sprint here. It is definitely a series that is well worth the reread, especially if like you've done it on audio. Um, and the first four I have on audio. I don't have any audio after that, so I'm not 100% sure whether I'm in two minds whether I'm going to go audio or not. But I don't mind the audio, and I know that you, Coda, you were having a problem with that. Like you didn't like the audio, so you're just reading the pages, which is absolutely fabulous. But it is definitely a series that I think by the time you got to the end, you could start it again, and you just end up getting into, because there'd be so much stuff that you just like little nuances of the story that you possibly missed the first time round. And I can really see why a lot of people just fall into this series. I mean, you could read it once a year, well, a little over a year, one book a month, and just have that cycle constantly going. Because there is, like, I feel even now with the books that I've read that there are some things that I've missed because, I'll be reading something and go, hang on a second, when did that happen? Where was that again? Like you forget what book it was in. Was it in the book that you're in now, or was it? Are they referring back to something else that happened? Um, yeah, like I think that it is definitely, Wheel of Time is definitely one that you could read over and over again. Like as I said, with 2,500 characters over the whole thing, there's a lot of nuances there that you're going to miss and whatnot. And Lois is saying that yes, it's a fantasy. The characters are in a fight with a mixture of mortal and immortal combatants. It's their names I'm having trouble with. Yeah, like I I'm in two minds. Like I prefer physical books or on Kindle. Like I've made friends with Kindle now. It took me a lot of time, long time to make friends with Kindle. I am still in two minds about audio, and I think that that's why I don't mind listening and reading along because I'm still getting that feel of the book in my hand. But I do know that, like with especially one of the ones that I've just read and listened to from Maggie O'Farrell. It was an historical fiction, but it was Italian historical fiction, and so the pronunciations, like I butcher names, like I just kill. I'm one of those people that can just kill a name, and my pronunciation is not right. And it's really interesting because my family on my dad's side, they speak Italian. So and I grew up around it, but it's been so many years since I've been around them talking. The pronunciation doesn't come as easy as it probably would have back when I was younger. So yeah, like so having an audio book in that aspect for fantasy or something that, from a different and I'm doing a lot of French literature at the moment with Maria from Read Fine Books. So having the audio books and hearing the pronunciation, it makes it a little bit easier for me to read along with it and whatnot. Does it make it any easier for me to say it when I'm on camera? No, not at all. We still managed to butcher it, even though I've just listened to, a 30-hour book where they've repeatedly said the name and I've still not got it right in my head. My mouth wants to say something else. I can hear it in my head, but my mouth doesn't get it right. So yeah, if you can get the audio book, maybe that might be the go if you're having trouble with their names. Or I have in the past renamed the characters to something similar, but just renamed them, and that made it a lot easier. But in saying that, I also wasn't talking on BookTube or doing book reviews or anything like that. So you can't really do that if you're doing BookTube. But for you, Lois, you possibly could just change the names to whatever you want. Make a little note so you know who you're reading about, and in the even if you're on Kindle, you can make a note of that as well. Like I've been taking a lot of notes with this book that I've been reading. Um, yeah, after this sprint, I'll be finished, which will be, unfortunately will be a my last sprint for the day. But I'm going to go back through my notes and just have a read of what the different things that I've highlighted and things that I've thought about, and what I was thinking at the time of reading it, and try and put that into a coherent video because I'm going to pretty much, what I've been doing this week is just every time I finish a book I talk about it. If I don't talk about it at the night when I finish it, I talk about it first thing in the morning. um, so yeah, I'm just trying to do that because it's my instant reaction because I've read none of these books, and in some cases, these are new to me authors as well. There's a few debut novels in the Women's Prize for Fiction. Oh, dear me, I've just read that name, Lois. Oh my god. um, I didn't mind the audio, but I read faster than the audio, and when I sped the audio up, I miss things and lose concentration more easily if I wasn't in a hurry. Yeah. Yeah, like I read really fast as well. Like I cannot listen to an book at normal speed. It will put me to sleep instantly. And I did not know, and that's why I'm only fairly new to audiobooks because I didn't know that you could speed them up. I just thought that they were at the speed that my husband listens to. And he'd put a book on and I'd just start nodding off because it was like someone was reading to me at bedtime. And I would just go to sleep. But once I was watching, I can't remember, it was a YouTuber that does productivity and stuff like that. And they said, how to read faster and all that sort of stuff. And he said, "Oh, speed up your audiobook." I'm like, "Wait, what?" And I went back and he goes, "Speed up your audiobook." And then I've gone into my Audible, because I have Kindle Unlimited. You've got the Audible option with that. Went into the Audible that my husband was using at the time, and I'm like, "Oh my god, I did not know." Um, I did not know how you could do that and how you could read faster by that. And then once I learnt that you could do that, that just opened up a whole new world for me. And that's how come I ended up reading more classics and all that sort of stuff because the wordiness of those books make me lose concentration. So, what have we got here? All right. So I'm going to try and pronounce this one. Domacreade. Yeah, no, I got nothing. uh, I see. I would just call him Dom. Cridian. I would say the last bit, Domacridian. Yeah, Domacridian. I would say it is. That H is silent. My daughter, her name is Dharma, and the H is silent. And Savannah, her name has an H on the end because it's spelt in the Spanish way, which means tree. And it only has one N in it. And yeah, the H is so yeah, Domacridian. There you go. Does that help? Just go with that. Or I would just abbreviate that to Dom. Um, okay, concerning name pronunciations, Wheel of Time has a lot of them in the glossary, and the rest and for other books I've Googled it. Yeah, I have like with pronunciations. Oh, I can't even say that word of towns and all that sort of stuff. I generally do a Google search, and a lot with um, some names you could get on Google, but some not so much. Um, there's been a couple that I haven't been able to find, but yeah, Google's great. Like, I don't know, what would we do without Google? I'm guessing there was a lot of abbreviations and stuff like that back in the day. Yet one of the characters call him Dom. Yeah, see, I would have done that. Um, now what was that? Now a glossary with his books. Yeah, Dom Crichton. Yeah. What did I say it was? Domacridian. Yeah. Crichton, Cridian. Yeah, maybe. Either way, we'll just go with Dom. um, yeah, so Wheel of Time in the back of the books. I've got one just here. In the back of the books, when you get to the end of the book, it says end of the third book, and then it might give you something for but then it's got a glossary in the back, and there's like this one's got about 20 pages of glossary. So it give you any words that, and it's sort of oh, you mean no glossary? Okay, yeah. Um, but see, I'm listening to them. I haven't had to refer to that yet because I am listening to the audiobook for the first four. So yeah. Um, so have you Googled it, Lois? Google that name and see what comes up. See if Coda or I or both of us are right. But still, I would. Yeah, I think all fantasy books should have a glossary in the back of them because I mean, 90% of the words are made up. So, for the worlds and all that sort of stuff. So it really, really should have a glossary. It's very interesting. Pronunciations get me all the time, and even like as I said, the book that I just finished before this one was set in Florence, and we've got um, you got like Italian names and whatnot, and like even in that, I've just started laughing because I couldn't pronounce one of the names, and I even wrote it down and broke it down how it sounded when, because that was on audio when the narrator was saying it, and I still couldn't pronounce it. It was just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. I just laugh at myself, going, "Oh my god." Anyway, the timer has just gone for 15 minutes of chat, and we are at the end of the comments. So, this will be our last sprint. It is going to be another 45-minute sprint. I am definitely going to get this book finished because I only have 11% to go. Coda is also on the downhill run for his book as well. Yeah, alrighty. So, what we will do is I will just reset that timer and we will pause that. I do that, press start, and we will go for 45 minutes. Google name has come up with nothing. I love glossaries. First book with glossary I read was Watership Down. Oh, someone was talking about that. That was one of their dad's. I think it was MJ was talking about that. She read that last year, I think, Watership Down, and Google comes up with nothing. Great, good on you, Google. It comes through for the fans again. All right, well, I will see you in around 44 minutes. Enjoy your reading. Here's to having our books finish for me and Coda, and hopefully you will get onto some easier names there, Lois. All right, happy reading, everybody. Hey y'all, how y'all going? How did you go with that sprint? Did you get a fair bit done? I finished my book and I also have already filmed my thoughts on it. I have a bit more to say because I ran out of time because the girls came out and they've gone off to their party now, I think, or they're going to get some stuff, then come back and then they'll go. So I don't have to drive anywhere this afternoon. So I can just relax, have something to eat and chill out. My internet is really flickering backwards and forwards, so I'm sorry if I'm a bit blurry right now. And yeah, so how did everybody go? Let me know in the comments. This book was so surprising. I'm a fan, is just so surprising. Very thought provoking. I don't know if I've articulated myself very well in my I'm going to listen back to it and just see if I've got everything I wanted to say about it. But yeah, I didn't want to give too much away because if I start talking about it, I inevitably am going to give something away. So I decided that probably best not to go into too much detail. The synopsis is very much um, about it being about race, gender, obsession, and corrosive relationships. Definitely, that sums it up really well. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, I'm glad that I have done it on the sprints because I can, have a break and all that sort of stuff, which has broken it up really well. So it made it a nice, easy read. And as I've said throughout the sprint, it is very, very quick, sharp, to the point each chapter. So there's no messing around. It's pretty pacey too. So I think if you like that sort of thing, you'll enjoy it. But yeah, I'll have that vlog out once I've finished reading Stone Blind, which is the next one that I'm going on to by Natalie Haynes. I will have that vlog go up on Monday on that. So yeah. All right. Well, no one's telling me what they read. Hey, Rolanda, how you going? Just jumping in to catch the end. Yes. We've had a pretty good time. The discussion's been going pretty good. You could rewatch it and use it. Um, yeah, and that's so Indy got 22 pages left in her book. Awesome. You'll be finished today for sure because you were powering through that earlier, which is good. And you also got the dog walked, which is excellent. Um, and Coda is saying that will most likely be finished tonight. Only 72 pages to go. And you're right. Like the pace, if I remember correctly, the pace is pretty good towards the end of the book. So the last 100 pages, it's pretty much flies through. So I think you'll thoroughly enjoy it. And so that's good. So it looks like that we've got Indy and Coda finishing their books tonight. And Lois got another 20 pages, and her husband has cricket on the TV, and I got distracted a bit. I'm starting to enjoy the book now that I have a couple more chapters under your belt. Yeah. So, and it was a fantasy one that you were reading as well. So awesome. That is excellent. Well, I'm so glad that everybody had really productive time today. And it looks like I was only going to stay on for 3 hours, and here I am at 5 hours again. That it seems to be that my sprints go. I do about 4 sprints, unless I've got an appointment or something like that. Then I'll be a bit less. But yeah. So as it says down the bottom there, we have another sprint happening on Friday of next week, which is an Australian Friday. So for the Northern Hemisphere, that will be your Thursday evening. If you're free, come and join us. We'd love to have you hang out with us again. And I have no idea what book I'll be reading, but it will be definitely one off the Women's Prize for Fiction long list. So yes, I will have 4. Yeah, I will probably be on my 4th book, I'd say, because the ones after Stone Blind are pretty quick books. They're not lengthy books. So I may even be into my 3rd vlog for the series. But I am going to say thank you so much for joining me today. I really do appreciate you being here. If you've not yet subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. Make sure you give this video a thumbs up. Helps me get seen in the algorithm. Again, thank you so much for joining me. I really do appreciate you being here. But I'm going to call it a day. You have a wonderful evening or day wherever you may be, and I will see you in the next video. Bye for now.